Alrighty. Oh, I need to change the titles of everything. My bad. Let's see here. And then I will do my intro. I just forgot to change the titles of all of this once again. All right. Dashboard. Also, hello to anybody who's dropping in. Update titles. Go. I am not Pav Mike. I am Ashley. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am Ashley, as I just said, a character creator, concept sculptor, and also character modeler. So what I do on these streams usually is I just take a sphere and I mash it around, make some random shapes, make it ugly, stretch around the polygons a whole bunch, and treat it just like a sketchbook. And we're just kind of creating a bunch of whatever shapes and then finding some creatures within that. So it's kind of just, you know, you start doodling in your sketchbook type of deal and create what you will from that little doodle. So that's what we're doing right now. It's not for any specific it's not for any specific, like, you know, production. It's not for a game. It's not for TV, movies, print. It's just for sketching. So we're just having fun. We're just doing that for about 4 hours. So if you have music that you want to put on in the background, feel free to do so. I don't do that so that you don't have to listen to the same copyright-free music over and over and over again. So it's a blank slate for you to do whatever you want with the background. Maybe you want your chill music, whatever. But yeah, we're just gonna have some fun here. Hi Flop, how are you? Hi Leonard. Hi Grim, how's it going? You know what? Give me 1 second before I get started here. I forgot to put on Instagram that I was going live as well. And I always promise that I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do like a really quick thing. Mind the cringe. But yeah, we're just going to do a quick... All right, going live now. And then we do a link, and then we're gonna get started here. 1 sec. I'm like speed posting right now. I'm such a like boomer about this stuff. I never get on top of it. I should just do like auto posts. Preview. Yeah, works fine. Done. Alrighty. Dude, my story done. Done. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so let's get started now. That's my bad for not doing that earlier. Usually I post some silly little thing. All right, so no bail it. I just had to. I had to start reading Berserk. Anyways, let's get into this. All right. Okay, so this is just like a new change as well. Every time I press the right, it seems that it's very much centered now, the thing. So I might make a few like adjustments, like a few mistakes as I'm going, just because like I just updated ZBrush. There's like a little thing with the UI that's a little bit different, but that's okay. I work on muscle memory. Have I switched my audio yet? Yeah, so I took off the filters. I think they should be off. Hold on. Yes, they're off. They're off except for a compressor, which is not like super crazy. So it's not as like you won't hear as much like static as before. It shouldn't be. Posting any %, don't do that at home. It's made by a professional stunts master. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a blank text post. What's up, Peta? How's it going? Hey, Maha. All right, let's get started here. Let's just start pulling some stuff out. Is there like... Okay, that's like really gonna start bothering me. I'm gonna be making that mistake a lot. I'm gonna be clicking this a lot. So I apologize for that just ahead of time. I don't know why it like shifted over to the side a little bit. I'm like tweak it out. Okay. All right. Let's pulse. Yeah, see? See? Mm-hmm. Slow it down a little bit. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it. Nope. See, it's over there. Ah, sneaky. Sneaky. Can't wait to see what I make. Well, you know what? It's gonna be a little bit slower today, I think, because of this like slight UI change that seems to have happened. Maybe it's with my Cintiq or something, but like when I bring up, it's like directly center now with all of these guys. I wanted my draw size to be right there. Is there like any preference? Wait, can I change that? Let's see. Interface, click, no. Da, 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 da. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to change that right now. If anybody knows how to change it, let me know. Anyways, let's get back into this. Because of the new computer? No. There's like when I right click before, I would go right to draw size. Now I have to shift my hand over every time I click this. So it's just a muscle memory thing. It's like before I was like doing right clicking and then immediately draw size, but now I'll be clicking this so many times. I gotta slow down just a sec. Just a little. You know, whenever like something changes, it like feels like a you gotta fight your muscle memory. It's just the way that it is. Let's do. And if you've been doing it like one way for such a long time, as soon as it changes in some way, you notice it immediately and you're like, whoa, something feels off. Is it me? Did I just not sleep? And then you got to figure out what it is. Because it's just like that was muscle memory for so long. But then anytime that you're like switching into a new like a new software or anything, it's always just remind yourself like you got to just slow it down for a second here. You're not going to be as fast right away, but that's okay. It'll happen with given time. Actually, where is this in the preferences? Do you guys remember? Config, no. Interviews, eye colors, picker. No, that's the picker. Should be in like right click, like nav, right click navigation, and then there's this pop up, but then sub palette pop up. Wondering if there is like that I just missed. So we get briefed on this and I just totally. All right, anyways. See what I mean? I'm so used to just this is okay. So this is what I would do. This is what I would do, right? This is what I would do. Like, you see, that's the muscle memory right there. Just hitting that. And then all of a sudden you look like the grandma completely lost with the computer. I know. I'm aware. I am aware. Even this one, huh? All right. slowing it down. Maybe I can, yeah, I mean, I could just like maybe just use the S and instead try and get used to S. So that's like another thing too. If you're like clicking your right click to bring up your palette right here, and then you have all of your options over here or whatever, and then maybe it bothers you to bring up the entire palette. If you just want to change your draw size, you can also just hold S and then you can change your draw size like that. I'm not in the habit of doing that, but you know what? Why not? Why not? Why not? Right? Okay. Okay. See? Slow it down. Clicking. Like clicking like it's no one's business. See if I can put like some eyes right here. I'm in like a demon mood. I'm kind of like a demon creature, but tiny eyes, you know? It looks kind of goofy. Maybe like some shape to it. Hey, hi, Lena, how are you? How's it going? Long time no talk. If you don't know who Alina is, she makes the most beautiful sculptures of these very, very like elegant women and their hair, and the feathers of like the birds that she creates and everything are just so gorgeous. You should absolutely check out her work, and she also streams occasionally. And Alina, if you want to like drop your like things, absolutely do. She's a wonderful, fantastic artist. Did I get the chance to see the Daffy Porky movie? No. No, I did not. I don't know what that. No. There's something I wanted to try. So I don't know if you guys know about like these like anchor brushes. This is kind of cool. Like there's like some things that you can do with them, like rotation and stuff and twists. So if you put one point right here and then you put another, you can actually create like entire like twists of your mesh. However, I'm going to only do it on the unmasked points. So if I were to do it like this, let's see if I can get like an interesting, maybe not like that. I'm wondering if I can get something kind of, no. There are twisting things, but like basically, let's do like a move instead. I can show you how that works, at least. So the anchor actually allows you to create these points to start moving things around based on two individual pivots that you create. I don't use it a lot, but I'd like to try using it a bit more. You can get some neat effects with it overall. Of course, you can also just use like, you know, the gizmo. But, you know, because what I'm used to doing is like, for example, masking off an area like this. And then if I wanted to twist it, I'll just reposition the gizmo by alt clicking with the control down. And then like, you know, twisting it around, for example, like that. And then I will usually remask and blend again. and then move the gizmo once more into a position, holding Alt, and then you can continue twisting on a gradient like that. That's usually what I end up doing. But the anchor brush actually allows you to do that with 2 pivot points, and you can keep moving them around. I just need a little bit more practice with it, I think. See how it works. Blushing, dude, like you make really, really beautiful work, so deserved. Let's see, do I want like, I don't want this to, ooh, guys, I promise I'll try to like shut up about this problem right now. I'll try right now, but like my muscle memory keeps, when I click this, hitting right here to do the draw size. This is in my way. So you're gonna see this a lot, and I apologize. It's because my muscle memory is not used to yet going to the side again. I have to slow down. Do you see all of this that's happening here? Like all of this stretching polygonal mess? You'll see how I use that in a second when I start to Dynamesh stuff again, as sort of like sketchy guides for musculature and things like that. I'm using the low resolution here to help create some sort of like an interesting look that will be used as a sketching foundation once I Dynamesh again, creating like some sort of like crunching that actually becomes quite useful to sculpt on. Looking good already. Yeah, I mean, it takes an artist to be able to see what the heck is this inside of like a vortex of like scribbling. So appreciate it. Most people look at this and be like, yo, what am I looking at, bro? But if you can, try to squint your eyes, anybody who doesn't see what exactly is going on here. I'm creating like really big shapes, and it is very like crunchy looking, and the geometry is messy, but again, that lays down something for me to then sketch on top of once I Dynamesh and create more resolution from these low resolution shapes. I'm trying to find like some sort of like a flow in all of this and exaggerate these base shapes from multiple angles. And here I'm gonna take the, what I would believe is the head. We're gonna separate this before we start getting into Dynamesh territory. Well, I mean, actually, you know what? We're gonna keep it and we're gonna Dynamesh all of this together, and then the body can be separate, whatever we do with the body. So I'm gonna do a quick like Dynamesh on this guy just so that you can see what I'm saying. So now that we're at higher resolution, I show this in every stream, but you know, always newcomers, right? But you can see here the striation, like basically like the low resolution geometry, if I go back one, turns into usable geometry here. and you can use all of that artifacting to your advantage in a sketching process. Now, again, this is for sketching, and if you wanted to do something for production, you'd want to be a little bit more clean, especially depending on like what it is. So when I'm showing this sort of stuff, it's very like having fun gestural sketching, right? You know, you can even use it for concept and ideation and for your own like hobby as well. I think that's like a thing that a lot of people miss. It's like, yeah, you know, you can get into this kind of stuff as like a hobby, and like, you know, whatever you like to explore artistically, you can do in 3D as well, like in this sense. So just have fun with it. And you can always fix things afterwards as well, right? So Kirill, do I always like bring this stuff up from my imagination is what you say? So your imagination is actually dependent on the cumulative experience of your entire life. So the more things that you look at combined with the experiences that you have in life will end up creating a more vivid imagination for you to pull from. So it's a bit of both. On these streams, I usually just go from my head just because it's a lot of fun to just kind of like explore shapes and form and just have fun with it without having to like be super serious and be like, I got to get something that looks like hyper real or whatever, right? Because there is no goal for these streams. It's just sort of like having fun. That's usually the best way to do that, is to just pull from my imagination. But if you want to get better, like I said, then you reference and you study from those references. I like extreme low poly look, and you're not joking. Yeah, I agree. That's why I do it. Same. But that's awesome. Thanks, Alina, for the support. You like the stretching method, Blood? Creates a lot of organic suggested forms and also creates a balance of straights and curves. Exactly. Like it doesn't hold you back from exploring gesture, right? Hey, Experimental. Oh my god. Okay, thanks for the call out. I didn't even see that guy. Let me see if he's in chat. I don't have my mod on. What the hell? Let's see. Hold on. We gotta get some nasty out of the chat real quick. Guy. Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah, I mean, creature design can be as grounded or abstract as it needs to be, right? Usually creatures in what do we use monsters and creatures for? Usually it's a manifestation of something else. It's used as like a tool in media to represent something. So in some case, in some senses of that means that anytime that you're portraying a monster, it is depicting something else that's human, be it a fear, be it an ambition, be it really like even hope, you know, if you want something hopeful. So if you really want like a creature to feel like it's grounded in reality, again, it depends on the goal of what you're doing. So when it comes to like, you know, just sketching things out, a lot of the time you can explore your own emotions from like within creature design, because if you know that those two couple together, that, you know, if you're thinking about horror, right, that everything that you're seeing in horror, you know, any good horror creature, horror monster usually stands for some sort of a fear. It's like an embodiment of some kind of a fear of the human psyche, I guess you can say. That's usually what they're used for. I mean, there's like, you know, other explorations as well where you get into like more, I guess like, what's the word? Speculative evolution, right? Where you're actually looking for something that could really exist. Like, does it function exactly how we see things on Earth, and how can we expand that into like, well, could something otherworldly, for example, actually function that way? So in that case, that's a lot more grounded than something that you would see that would be, a story of like pure fear, and what does that manifestation of fear look like, right? And there can be a crossover of the two as well, but that means that the entirety of like creature design is very much like a blanket, right? And it's a big spectrum of believable and not believable. I have way more energy. I'm like super chill right now. I'm like getting frustrated with my muscle memory right here. So like when I pull up I know I said that I wouldn't mention it again, but every time I pull this up, and now I'm met with like this in the very center instead of my draw size. No. So it doesn't. It's the positioning. So if I right click, I don't think it is my Cintiq. So it's like I right click because I just updated ZBrush. I think it's a UI change where this was off center before. It has to be, unless I'm gaslighting myself. Like, were these here in the middle like this every time you clicked? I don't know. Maybe it's me. Might be me. So what's up? What's up? Do you want me to call you ML Creative, or do you want me to call you your name? They were not, right? Okay, it's not just me. Yeah, because like when I right click, I'm doing this instead of changing my brush side, and I'm like, yeah. Yes. I know you, dude. I know. That's why I'm asking though. Do you want your name? Do you want me to say your name? Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. I just got to slow down a little bit. This means that today's sculpting is going to be slower because I have to think every time I click now. How annoying. Yeah, so or I'd have to click instead of right clicking, I'm gonna have to think to hit S instead. Ooh, that's annoying. Thinking sucks. I don't want to think. Hello? The frig, man? Yeah, this is bear with me, guys. Yes, but then I'd have to think, right? So Bradley, it's muscle memory, right? When you click right and then you just start, because I do this so much. I do hotkey. I just don't hotkey my brush size. So I always right click. So now I have to think, am I gonna hit S and do it this way? I want to hit S, then I have to think. I have to change the wiring in my brain. I don't like changing the wiring in my brain. No. You listen to your own music, whatever you want to put on. Whatever you want to put on. That's how that's how nice I am. It's not that I'm, too annoyed myself to listen to non-copyright free, like copyright free music on repeat. It's that I want to open the floor to whatever music you guys want to listen to all the time. That's how nice I am. Yes. Yeah. There's also just dumb fun of mashing biological forms in a cool way without thinking about their meaning. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I feel like creature design allows you to be as free as you want or as tight as you want. It really just depends on your goal. When I'm talking, you hear me breathing. When I'm not talking, you hear my breathing? What do you mean? No, you don't. I can see my mic right now. You're lying. You're lying. You're a liar. You're just trying to make me feel weird. That's what you're doing. And it's not gonna work. No, I know that there are. So the thing is, guys, like, I know the hotkeys. I know I've been using this for over a decade. I know the hotkeys for changing brush size. I'm telling you what my muscle memory issue is right now. So no matter what it ends up being that I choose to switch to, I'm going to have to get used to it because my muscle memory is of right click right now. As you can see, I keep pulling it up, so we'll see. Let me like split these guys off so I don't like. Should have split them off before. That's my bad. Yeah. Maybe I'll split off like the whole bottom jaw. Actually, no, I don't want to. I'll keep it closed. Just split this off and then reclose it. It's fine. It's fine. Use you. Thank you. Thank you. Me talking to my fingers for not releasing the button. Split that. Deleted it. Just to get rid of these guys. Split these guys around. And I can move them around as much as I want. Easy mode. Here, this guy, so that we can get that symmetry back. There we go. Alright. But the last 10 minutes trying to get your pen back working on your Cintiq? Oh, geez. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. What's the longest break I've gone without touching ZBrush, and how did it feel after getting back to it? Oh my god, Valley, dude. The longest I went without going with ZBrush. Not that long. Probably like at most like a month, maybe. And even still, it's like I might like open it and meddle with it a little bit. But the biggest, like, if I would have a break and then I get back to it, I think the better thing would have been like, okay, I'm working on animation, like client stuff for a while, and I haven't done any creature sculpting for a while. It feels weird, but it feels good to get back to creature sculpting. It feels really good to get back to it. It feels like if I don't go and do my artwork, even if I'm drawing for a while, then it's like, okay, I still have some like release, creative energy release. But if I'm not doing any artwork for like a month, then I end up getting really sad. Really, really, really sad. And so then just like getting back to doing like literally anything, including just getting back into ZBrush, it makes me a lot happier. It just makes me feel like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do with my life, you know? You're struggling with transitioning to the iPad. Well, you don't have to fully transition, right? Like you just use it for whatever is good for you. Like I don't think it like is something that you would do your entire workflow on anyways. Like I don't think like that's not what I use it for. I use it for like doodling here and there. The thing is like it is slower than the computer just because of the amount of hotkeys that you can make, etc. But it is nice to be able to take it wherever you want as well. What arm am I using for my mic? Elgato? An Elgato mic? Why? In my opinion, what makes creature design more successful than other designs? So it's not always about like what the creativity of the creature is. And this, so I'm coming at it like, what's the narrative objective for said creature? If that creature achieves said narrative objective, then that is a very strong design. And sometimes that can look like a creature that is very generic and that you've seen before, but it really depends on the narrative objective. So if it evokes an emotional response from you due to that like narrative, then that is a very strong design in that aspect of creature design. If it is of speculative evolution, then that's more like that's in a different realm. They can cross over, right? But that's usually in another camp, in which case, does it follow science well, and is it super grounded and believable, in which case that's a good creature design. Do you know what I mean? Oops. And something really like important to note too is when you're talking about good design, there is of course like a universally accepted idea of like generalized appeal and things of that nature. That's just sort of like baked into how everybody thinks and what society has, like our societal expectations of what looks good and not. But beyond that, it's still subjective, right? So a good design to one person might be a bad design to another, and that's still completely valid. The slowness of it, yeah, it's yeah, but that's just it. Is like I don't use it for my full process, right? And I think that that's like a totally fine thing. It's just whatever you find is fun to use it for. I use it for doodling personally. Have you seen a piranha's face close up? Their teeth are over their lips. Piranhas are freaky. I love them. Okay, I need to do something with this. I need to actually like think with. Oops. No, Leonard, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. It's not that I want to turn off right-click navigation. The right-click itself, this is a button here that wasn't here before. The draw size was right here, from what I remember. At least my muscles are telling me that it was. And so I would just right-click and then I would change my draw size. So now this is here, and it's in my way. Oops. Oh my god. Switch. Hello? Wow, okay, my hotkeys just disappeared. Where is the H polish? What in the world? Okay, I gotta change. Where's my hotkeys? Yeah, it's already assigned, so then why wasn't it? What? Okay, we're good. We're back now. It's fine. I got my hotkey. You need a new mic stand? Yeah, the Elgato ones, it's a little pricey, but it's sturdy and it's actually really nice. It I don't know if you can see it. It's like it's got like a big reach. So it has like a stand from the desk up, and then from here you can move it around like a whole bunch. Like it's pretty good. It's better than like those like like the Amazon ones where they're like $20 or whatever. That's what I used to have, but it would get stuck a lot. So this one's nice. I can put it wherever I want. Kelvin, welcome, Kelvin. Am I naming this fella? I really don't know. You guys can name it whatever you want. Right now, I'm just thinking he's coming together real slow. Oh my gosh, are you guys proud of me? Look at how fast I'm getting faster. I'm doing the risk flip. I'm doing it. Changing my brain. Real-time rewiring. Do you see this? Hell yeah, man. Oops. No, I am embody. Where are we at? There it is. Just do it. Sold. Nice. All right. Too bad I don't get commission. Sitting on my feet. The buttons in the pop-up menu are there, but smaller in the older version. You're using it now, but you have wide buttons in. Wait, actually, you know what? Maybe did they change that? Let me check. You might be right. So, because I did change this. You said wide buttons. It's in the interface. Where is it? The buttons UI. Turn that off. And then no, weird. Oh, now it's all like messed up. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I'm not gonna mess with it right now. It's probably just me. Customize the right click menu because yours is just like what you're bringing up. Man, it's gotta be me then. It's gotta be me. Yeah, I must have done something. It's okay. I'll stop complaining now. It's me. It's a me. It's a me. It's a me. It's always a me. also make this head area, like I want these horns to be larger, but I want the actual head area to be smaller. Do this, and center this. Monty get used to the fan noise. Yeah, he just like decides to be dramatic about things. Like there's not much of a fan noise. It's just like it's not a problem. He knows that he's literally been sleeping beside my computer all week. And now that I'm streaming, he's like, "Oh no, actually, pay attention to me. Everything's scary." It's like, "No, it's not. I know you're just he just does this." If you guys have any questions, feel free. If you want to talk about anything, feel free. I don't care. I welcome it all. I'm just kind of frustrated with how slow I've been today. That's okay. I'm also like a little like in my own head because I just started like a couple days ago, started Berserk, and I still haven't had my 5 business days of processing time. So thank you, Saturn. I appreciate you. Glad you like them. What cutie am I making? Well, just some demon, I suppose. Let's make the teeth a little bit more interesting here. Hello, Hamid. How are you? It's just like totally in. Different to this. Do more like a. I want to do something a little bit more forwards, a little bit more predatory. I think this whole top part, we can make it a lot more like bulb. Back. Need to spread that out a little bit more, actually. That looks a little goofy. You look like a goofy goober. Oh, little goofy goober. You think there's a difference between display tablet and the regular one? Oh, you mean like a desktop tab, like like a one that you're looking at a computer screen and you're working on the desk. So yeah, there is a difference in terms of like hand-eye coordination, for example. Like if I don't find it's like a big problem, especially if you're just sculpting. You can do it pretty well like either way. If you are doing like painting, I find personally that a display tablet for actually like painting and drawing is a lot better. Like it's more intuitive than doing it with a desktop tablet where you're looking up instead of where your hand is. But sculpting in ZBrush, I find it's a little bit easier to just say like either way is fine. But with a display tablet, your posture can be a little bit at risk. You guys can't actually like hear my breathing when I'm not talking, right? Because if you can, I should probably change that and you should probably let me know. Because now that Bradley said that, now I'm like self-conscious. Because I took off a couple of filters so that it was a little clearer, and now I'm like, should I have? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pally. Bless you, girl. love doing this. It's one of my favorite things. No, not really. Not really. Wait, so not really isn't a definite. It means you can maybe like hear it a little bit. No, no. Do you guys dream what you create, or is it just me? Do you mean like, do we come up with something? Sometimes, like, if I have like a really crazy dream and it sticks with me, I might make something just to get it out of my head. But otherwise, like, no, it doesn't all come from dreams. You don't hear me breathing. Okay, yes, good. Okay, I'm scared. He's just a little kid. Yeah, he's just like a little guy. You know, he's just waiting for his ice cream. He's waiting for his ice cream. I want ice cream. Okay, I was gonna do something more monstrous, obviously, than this. Let's first of all, a fun thing to do here is just to remember when you start like bending legs and arms and things like that into positions where you're going to be sculpting on them, but they're overlapping. Polygroups. I'm telling you right now, polygroups that stuff. So Control W, quick polygroup. And then we'll just do one for the leg right here, or the foot. Control W, and now you have 3 polygroups. So now, if you wanted to bend this area, you can just go Control and click with your gizmo, easy mode. Maybe give it a little Control tap to get that gradient going. And now you can easily bend these guys inwards and have them sit on top of another thing. But then, oh no, I can't sculpt in there. I can't get in there. I can't, like, you know, if I'm gonna start sculpting in here, like, I can't change anything, and, like, you know, actually selecting that area feels impossible. Not with polygroups. Yay! Look at that. Yay! Hurrah! Huzzah! See? Easy. Just remember, Control W, create a polygroup. All right, let's like shove in the sins of my sculpture. Hide my sins. Ah. Okay. Nope. It's me. It's my posture. When I'm sitting on the couch working on my iPad, this is what I look like. How about you guys? Not. The insect evolves and got human legs. I mean, yeah. Not insect, though. My last one was. Make legs shrimp. Why mammal legs? If you want to make shrimp legs, you have the power. I empower you to create your own creation with shrimp legs and show the world how cool your shrimp postured, shrimp legged creature is. I think it's really funny, okay? So it's kind of like a telltale sign of somebody who like understands how like artwork, you know, works, like when you're doing like a process versus somebody who might be like new to the process. Usually like it's like there's like this expectation that, you know, as soon as you put something down that it will look really good and it will look exactly as, you know, the world needs to see something that's finished. Like, so when you're sketching something, it's got to be like super great right off the bat. But the thing is with sculpture, especially when you're working in ZBrush, you're going to be throwing things down and it's going to look ugly until it doesn't. The first like 80% is the fastest area of the sculpture and where things might be going into the uncanny valley and where you're uncomfortable and exploring different things. And that's all part of the process to get to what ultimately ends up being something that looks good. But you have to go through that, as people call it, the valley of the suck, in order to actually find what that gold is within the dirt, right? So that's part of this process as well. So when I throw down like an IMM of a human leg, it doesn't mean that that's the final leg that's going to be on the creature that I'm making. It means that I'm putting something down to get a feel of what it is that I'm doing. Now, of course, there are other projects that I've already done with fully fledged arms of, you know, insect origin, mammal origin, etc., etc. And I could really just take bits and pieces of finished things and put them onto this, but then you wouldn't have that level of exploration. I like starting from the ground up and just seeing where it goes, especially when you're working with like a sketching and imaginary starting point, so that you get to explore those shapes, those big shapes, without being like, no, I need this to be of this origin, I need this to look like this right off the gate. That's how you like enclose yourself. It doesn't allow you to explore things as much, in my opinion, in my experience, and within my personal workflow. You're manipulating me. Okay. I'm explaining to you why you're wrong. I worked on Next Gen and Tail Dark and Grim. Yeah, for sure. Did you design the characters, or you designed the characters and also made the topology or the animation of the characters? So every thing that I work on is different. As a freelance artist, I usually work on either just the sculpture, the design and the sculpture, or I go right into modeling. So it really depends on which is which. So in Next Gen, I was a sculptor. So it was a mixture of building upon initial designs. So the design process also happened within the sculpture stage. But it was, a lot of it was just like sculpting. I didn't do the final models for Next Gen. I did the initial models, and then I also did the surfacing as well, so texture. And then when it came to A Tale Dark and Grim, there were very, like a lot of them were rough character designs, like sketches, and that one was trying to find the essence of the initial like sketch and building off of that. So I wasn't necessarily designing, but reinforcing with sculpture a sort of not exactly finalized sketch. Does that make sense? Like something that is a lot more like sketchy, rather than, you know, there's like a whole turnaround ready to be modeled, but rather like a single character that has been sketched out and it's like, okay, like create this. So whenever you're doing like sculpture work, there is some level of like design involved in that, but those two, I was not like the core principal artist, right? But with Next Gen, I was actually an in-house artist, and I was working in studio at that time, so I was not freelance as I am now. That was my last in-house job that I had. Yeah, it's like it, yeah, but I wouldn't say that I am like the sole designer. I wouldn't want to take credit for that at all, because it is like a very collaborative effort when you're working in studio, especially like you want to retain that initial sketch. You want to take that same what is the, hold on, I forgot, it's the same artist, the concept, the character concept artist that worked on Ice Age. What's his name again? That was for Dark and Grim. Is he you can actually see, I have on the website on my website, like one of his sketches. You can see what those sketches look like and then what I do with that afterwards. So that's the level of design, essentially. What's his name? I can't remember at this point. Did I write it down? No, I did not. Yeah, no. Yeah, and then I don't have any of like the more recent stuff on there because it's just like, what am I allowed to actually post? There's so much stuff that's under NDA, especially when you're freelance. So that's why, like, on my own site, I rely a lot on the art that I do personally, rather than like posting my professional work, just because I don't know. Like, I don't know as a freelance artist, like, what I'm allowed to have up at any given time. But I explicitly got permission for those, so it's fine. Pepe. It's Pepe. How you doing? I think I said, oh, if I already said hi to you, I'm sorry. I'm having like brain skips right now. Yeah, I said it was okay. Yeah, like I was looking through a lot of the contracts that I have, and it's just like, sometimes you sign on to things that are like indefinite. So when you, especially when you're a freelancer, even when you're in Studio 2, I mean, some studios are a little bit more lenient with this and they actually promote their artists, which is really cool. I think that all studios should allow artists to show the work that they did. I mean, it's like, why not? But anyways, that's like a whole other thing, my own opinion on NDAs and things like that. But especially when it comes to art. But with freelance, they really try, like a lot of people really, like a lot of clients really try to not allow freelance artists, at least like the contracts that I've seen anyways, to not be posting a lot of their own, like, as any of this as their own. So it's a little bit difficult. But I can say, like, recently I've been working on just like a lot of like kid stuff, right? And then, you know, I do this stuff in my own time because it's like, well, what do you like? What do you like? I like this. I like doing more scary stuff. I also like working on the appealing animation and things, and I think that, you know, working on both the you know, kids animation and these, like, you know, just sketching more horror related stuff or creature related stuff, kind of lends itself to its own style, like the combination of the two. So I don't complain about it at all, actually. You work in ornamental furniture industry? Onion 3D? I'm not sure. If you're talking about like some AI crap, I've honestly like I'm gonna be honest with you, like I don't want to get into the AI topic again. Like it's so tired, and I'm sorry that if you feel scared by something like this, I understand that frustration. It's just a very, very tired topic at this point, and I'm sorry that you're going through it. Yeah, no worries, Andre. Hope you're good. It's a Bobbles. How's it going, Bobbles? Give this. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Glad you like my stuff. But yeah, like it's interesting. Like a lot of I've had to rely on that like personal work in order to get work. So this is your I guess motivation, if you haven't had any, to not rely on your professional work for your career, but rather do what you love when you have the time to do it and just put it out there. And even though things suck sometimes, just gotta do what you love. And if you're lucky, it'll work out. It's a big thing to remember, is like a lot of it has to do with luck. The only way to get lucky is to keep trying. So if you stop trying, and you stop doing what you love, and you stop putting your stuff that you love out there, then you won't get lucky, right? You have no chance to get lucky. If you want to have a chance to get lucky, you have to keep trying. Always be true to yourself as an artist. And I say that with the most sincerity I can, is honestly just do what, on your own time, do what you love. What do you find interest in? Don't make art for other people. Make art for you. And then once you put that out in the world, people who resonate with it will find it, and then it becomes for other people, right? But if you make art for everyone, what's the saying? That it's for no one then. Because if there's art for you, then other like-minded people will see what you see, and they'll connect. School for motion class for Cinema 4D. Nice. Nice, dude. Well, I hope that works out really good for you. Hope you learn a lot. Monty's being my foot warmer right now. Do I enjoy being a freelancer more than working in a studio? Yes and no. I do miss like talking to people more, hanging out with people. But I also really enjoy the freedom that being freelance provides. I mean, it's not true freedom because you still are kind of like, I mean, you have to set your own boundaries. You end up being on call for certain things, etc. But for the most part, like, I like being able to do what I need to do without having to ask somebody if I can go and do it, worried about if I'm going to, just like, it's almost like you're in hierarchy, but you're kind of outside it as well, which to me feels really nice because then I can do what I need to do and give it off without like this feeling of pressure. But the studio environment is also really nice for collaboration, which is really cool when you work on projects that have a lot of like meaning. Like when we worked on Next Gen, I was on that from the very beginning. So when we were working on Next Gen, it really did feel like a lightning in a bottle type thing. We were a bunch of like 20 people or so at first. It must have been something like 20 people. And we were just like, maybe a little, no, it was probably something like that. In a very small studio on a below ground level, like a small space in Toronto. And we would all be working together. And it was just really fun. It was really great. And we were all just really into it because we felt like we all had something to contribute, and we were all contributing very directly to that movie, and it felt like it was all of ours, which was really cool. And there was definitely like a contrast to the feeling that I had working on that compared to something like some of my first jobs, like on Barbie, or like the Disney Elena of Avalor type thing, where it just felt like, yeah, I was in studio, yeah, I was collaborating, but then at the same time it was more like, just do this and you have to, like, 9 to 5. But it ended up being like I was doing more hours than just 9 to 5. I mean, I was doing a lot of overtime for that stuff, but that's like a different story. So in that sense, like, that didn't feel that great. But when it really truly is a collaborative effort and everybody cares so much about the project and it feels like it's ours, right? Again, like Next Gen was like, it wasn't, it's not like a Disney IP, for example. It was like what's it called? An IP, and it's like, it was like its own thing. Like, I can't remember how to say that. But it felt more collaborative. And in that sense, I loved being in studio, right? But if it is on something that is more of like I hate to say this, again, my own opinions on things, but if it's more of like just a desk job type thing where you're expected to just do only your job and that's it, no more input past your job, I just, let me do it at home. you know that's what I feel. So I do enjoy freelance for some aspects, but when it is like a more like artistically free project, I love being near people for that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be me. I'm probably just like cooked out today or something. Masterpiece. I don't know about that, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will ask for the next stream. I'll ask around and see if anybody's got some like decent, any decent copyright free music. Because I don't want to listen to build beats to study to type stuff, you know, like I don't vibe. It actually gives me anxiety a lot of the time. All right, good night, Pepe. Thanks for stopping by. Copyright free music. I don't think BTS is copyright free. Yeah, I tend to have drawn out explanations of everything. I word vomit a lot, so I apologize for that. I am very bad at putting something succinctly and leaving it alone. I like to unpack too much, so I apologize for that. It is just me and the way that I am. And it's kind of neat in the it almost feels like it's floating, the little thing, because it's so skinny right there. Kind of like that. A gangster? I'm a gangster? Why am I a gangster? Critical Role character? I don't actually know. I haven't, you know what? So many of my friends follow Critical Role and I have no idea about any of it. I love Dungeons and Dragons. Unless it's like a different thing from Dungeons and Dragons. I thought they were Dungeons and Dragons though. Oh my god, I can't stop thinking about Berserk. Oh my gosh. I'm literally doing this right now, thinking about how like I'm gonna end stream and I'm just gonna read more. Brain is so cooked right now. First time encountering my work. Oh no, I'm sorry. Sorry. Apologize for your eyeballs. Thank you though. Can you ask something new to 3D? How much value do you place on replication studies from life and photos in the 2D world? There's so much value placed on master copies and studying. It's so valuable in sculpture as well. 100%. Especially in this like ever more competitive landscape, you know, in the industry. It's not doing super hot right now. I'm sure everybody knows about that at this point. So if you want to be more competitive, if you just want to be a better artist in general, all things that, you know, are applied to 2D art apply in 3D as well. It's just a change of medium. So if you want to be a stronger 3D artist, there's like, do master studies of the great sculptors, right? Do those master studies and you will find a lot of value from that as well. But just also, if, you know, if you're ever posting something online, I know you probably know this, but for anybody else, if you're ever posting like a master study online, clearly label it as such. Don't ever try to pass off something that you're studying from as anything more than specifically a study. You have to label it as a study, because that's also not true to yourself as well, right? So it's important, like, you know, just do a master study. You can put that out there as well to show off your skills. But then you also say, like, I've done a master study from credit artist, right? Even if it's a dead artist, say credit Caravaggio or whoever, right? Actually, around like this. So you might have asked, what the heck were you doing? I was making polygroups. Polygroups. Polygroup the toesies. Yeah, mainlining first I am. Mainlining. Oh, oh man. Yeah, it's crazy that I haven't read it up until this point. It's yeah. No spoilers though, please. I mean, I'm past the part, but no spoilers, please. Ah, crazy. It's so funny because like in the like when I first started streaming, I actually, without even knowing it was from Berserk, used to stream with the Berserk soundtrack all the time. That was in the background of my streams all the time. The fact that I'm only now getting to it after like 7 years is crazy. But I want to do fan art so bad. Does ZBrush have any faster shortcut for brush size? Yes. Click S. So if you click S right here, you can do your draw size right like that. It just like pops up. Or you can use the brackets. So you're right. I did accidentally mute. That's why because my bracket hotkeys are for that. That's why. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for accidentally muting. I didn't say anything of value in the last like minute. Don't worry. The Baylet. Yeah, it's so funny. I saw the Baylet and I was just like, somebody discovered ZBrush VDMs. Like, wait, let me save this really quick. Like if I just, I don't know if you guys know about VDMs. Let's oops, create the world's quickest nail it. The chisel. Heck yeah. Nose. Let's freaking go, dude. There's VDMs here. You just need eyes. No problem. No problem. Cool. Brush size and ZBrush extra step, one more click than the other software. I mean, yeah, but it's there. If you want to click S and then move it, you can. You can also just do like bigger and smaller with the brackets, but thank you. Yes, the pose, he's crouching. He's crouching. He's gargoyle mode. Grab these ones. How many years have I been using ZBrush? Just wanted to understand how long it takes to get the hang of it. Well, okay, so I've gotten the hang of it for many years now. So I've been using it for I think a decade. But to get the hang of ZBrush, I think if you just, it depends. Like you know, the more that you use it, the more you're going to get the hang of it, the more you're going to get the, you know, it's just, it kind of keeps going. But to get over like that initial hump, I think like a month of consistent use, you'll be very comfortable with the UI. You'll know where all of the tools are. You'll have developed what is a comfortable workflow. So you won't have all the answers. Obviously, even I don't have all the answers inside of ZBrush, but I have my comfortable workflow. And I think that comes from allowing yourself to explore the different tools and things like that. The UI itself, it's better when you customize it for your workflow. So initially, when you're first starting to use ZBrush, I would use it in its vanilla format. So when I say that, it's just like out of the box, like, you know, everything is just as it is. No, don't change anything around, because then you can follow tutorials, find out exactly where everything is. Holding control over anything, hover and hold control, will tell you what all of these things are. If you are ever lost with anything, it will give you a pop-up and tooltip as to what it is, but you have to hold control while you hover over it, okay? So that's a big one. And then once you have all of that familiarized with yourself, and you've been, maybe you make 1 or 2, maybe 3 sculpts with it, in that sort of like default state, you can start saying, oh, well, I use Dynamesh a lot, so I want Dynamesh button to be up here, like where I can easily just click it and I don't have to sift through the UI to try and get to it every time. That's when it starts getting really fast for you, and you're gonna get really good at it. The reason why I say don't customize it right off the bat with a whole bunch of things, or even just like, I mean, my UI is available if you really need it, but that's not really like, making your own UI is so important because everybody's workflow in ZBrush is different. So even if I were to give you this, as a new user, you might not know why these things are up here, and you might not even use ZRemesher as much as I might use ZRemesher for my workflow, or you might not even be a Dynamesh user as much as you are a Sculptris Pro user, but that's why you need to like play around with the defaults. And in ZBrush, wait, let me get the link for you. Z Classroom is a good jump off point to start getting into it. There's like beginner stuff, etc., just so that you can start getting the hang of things. And I would, if I were you, if you're starting, pick something super simple to start with. When I have taught with CGMA, a lot of the time it's just like, you know, we would tell to start with something like, I mean, a lot of people start with like the skull, the human skull, but if that's even too much for you, you can find something simple on your desk, like a cup, or, you know, maybe you want to do like a cupcake or something like that, and just try something small and manageable to sculpt with. Don't worry if it looks ugly. What you're doing is you're getting used to what brushes feel good, and, you know, do you like using Dynamesh? How does Dynamesh work, right? And then cross-reference with your experimenting with the brushes and just having fun with that, with the link that I had just given, and maybe you can find some way to just keep pushing that a little bit, and you'll get more comfortable with it. Yeah. I think the key thing is choose things that you will have fun with doing. You're not going to enjoy learning. You're not going to learn well if you pick a subject matter that you're not interested in. And don't go, but also in the same breath, don't go like so big, like, oh, I'm only interested in cityscapes. Okay, well then how about you choose like just a small building at first to try and mess around with, or maybe a brick wall or something, you know, instead of like, you know, the big grand thing when you don't know enough about the software initially, because the learning curve with ZBrush, it's very steep. So once you get the hang of the UI, then you're gonna see, oh, I get it, and it gets easier, a lot more so. My UI, like an old version of it, I think is on Gumroad. Otherwise, I didn't upload this new version. I put it there a long time ago for free. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's worth it. I would just, if I were you, just if you want something similar, find the buttons that you enjoy using the most that makes your workflow faster, put them up where you can grab them really fast. And in the colors, I just change these ones right here, right here, right here, and right here to blues because it's soothing on the eyes. I didn't like the orange personally, and that's it. Literally that simple. 3D printing and casting, there's a lot of money in it. Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. The cost of getting started with 3D printing is very, very high. And if you're actually casting your own stuff, that's very time consuming. And again, very expensive to get started with as well. But then if you do have like a flow, like you can make good money off of it for sure. But actually selling your STLs, I find from what I've seen anyway, selling like just the file usually doesn't yield very much, especially because somebody usually, what ends up happening is like somebody might buy it and then all of a sudden you're seeing your sculpture being sold in mass somewhere else around the world, or given away for free somewhere else, right? So that usually doesn't yield a lot just because of, you know, but it depends. It depends who gets a hold of it, etc. But I don't do 3D printing, so I think there's other people that would be better answering that question compared to me. Okay. I think if you're a beginner, like there's like, I mean, like, you know, ZBrush has a free trial if you want to try it, but then you'd have to be like really dedicated within that time frame to like learning and seeing if it's for you. So not to waste the trial, right? But then there's also like core. I only really have experience with like the full version though. Bronze casting or woodworking companies. I mean, yeah, I appreciate the sentiment. I want to make this like lankier. I like, you know, I'm gonna try. Why did you come back here? That can happen sometimes. think I'm going to take a quick break just for like 2 minutes. Grab a drink. And then I'll be back. Well, Monty, I said, okay, well, Monty. Bobble said hi. He looked up. He's like, oh, dang. Bobbles, you say? Yeah. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't know if that's really for me, bronze casting. It's too quiet for you guys. I can just like mumble to myself. I don't know if you prefer me just like talking or just like working when I get in the zone. Like if you prefer like I just say a bunch of nonsense or if I just get into it. Because if I just get into it, I literally forget you guys are there. So the thing about streaming, anything creative, it's like you're either 100% in it or only kinda, and then paying attention to chat. Why am I getting a brushstroke error? Okay, hold on. Why am I getting a brushstroke error? Didn't, yeah, I did. Why am I getting a brushstroke error? What's going on? Okay, I have to, okay, I don't know. I have to like restart ZBrush. I keep like, what? The hell? I just keep getting like an error. I know you guys can't see it. I don't know what is going on. Like I can move around just fine. It's not the program. It's just like brushstroke error. Unable to record brushstroke. I've never had that error before. Let me restart ZBrush. What in the world? Has anybody had that before? I've never had that before. Bro. Yeah, I used to have like copyright friendly background music like a long time ago, but I don't have that anymore. Let's see. Because the thing is, I used to use Pretzel Rocks, and now it's like a paid service, and the music, a lot of it's like AI generated. So I don't know. Okay, are we good now? Yeah, we're good. What the hell? What was that? It was so weird. I have never had that before. Just all of a sudden can't read brushstrokes. I don't know. ZBrush is like, I don't know what's going on. It's literally the first time that's ever happened. So weird. New system gremlins. I don't know. I think the thing is, like, I just upgraded ZBrush, so I'm wondering if it's a bug. Because I wasn't getting that with. I've been sculpting nonstop, so I don't know. Yeah, I should take a break though. Let me just do one more thing. I'll go and grab a drink, a Reno, and be right back. All right, I'll just put this guy here for right now. I'll go get a quick drink Reno, and I will be back Reno. So save, 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 save. Hey Enrique, how are you? Every live stream always has the creep. What, like my issues with like weird bugs? Is that what you mean? Where's my BRB? And I'll be right back. Burp. There he is. Here's the boy. Here's the boy. He just got his annual vaccinations at the vet, and he loves the vet. He loves going to the vet. And I'm not even joking, because if he goes to the vet, he knows he gets a lot of cookies. Lots of cookies if he goes to the vet. But he's had too many cookies, and the vet called him chunky. He's chunky, so he has to have less cookies for a little bit because he's too chunky. He needs to lose like 5 pounds or something because he's a little too chunky now. That's right. That's right. I just called you chunky in front of an audience of 100 people. How do you like that? Do you like that? You don't know what I'm saying. That's okay. He's like, can you leave me alone now? I don't like being called chunky. He loves being called Chunky though. 'Cause he knows when I call him Chunky, if I call him Chunky, he gets belly pats. He loves that. So he likes the word Chunky. He's like, yes, call me Chunky because it means I get belly pats. Okay. Chunky, Chunky monkey. He's had too many cookies though. One of my friends came over and because it's like because like, you know, to make him good with people who come over, which he's still not super great with everybody who comes over, but to make him good with people who come over, they give him treats and stuff, right? And my friend, I mean, my Monty loves her so much because she just fistfuls, man. And it's like, okay, too many cookies, too many treats. You're too good. You're a little chunky. But I've always said I'd rather a chunky and happy dog and a skinny and scared one, at least with him, because he's always been very anxious, so it's good. I don't mind if he's like 5 over. Just take him on more dubs, less cookies for a little bit, it's fine. He'll be fine. Rodolfo! How you doing? How's it going? How you do? Can you tell me something actually? Because I just started getting like this crazy error, and I know that you're the master of all things mastery of ZBrush. It kept saying, until I restarted ZBrush, it just kept saying that there was a brush error, cannot detect brush input. It just kind of kept, like, for everything. I was still able to move around. I could still move things like with the brush. It clearly could understand my brush strokes, but it was just like error, error, error. And then I restarted ZBrush and it was fine. Do you know why? Do you know why? I want to know how to fix that if that comes up again, if it's not just like a restarting thing or like a tablet thing. I don't know. If you don't know, hopefully it doesn't show up again. But that was a first for me. It's probably something I did, honestly, that I'm just like not sure what it is. Can I rep it? No, I can't. I literally can't. You can look at the VOD. Actually, no, the VOD doesn't even show you what the thing is because it's only ZBrush. I don't know. It literally was just like this error that says like cannot detect brush input and just kind of kept. If it shows up again, I'll take a screenshot of the error. I'll try to remember what I was doing that might have triggered it, but I don't know. If you've never seen that either, then I don't know. There's like I'm haunted by a ghost right now. I'm tweaking, man. I don't know. This kind of scared me because it was the Windows sound. It just kept doing the like, dun, 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 dun. Yeah. I'll like, sorry about that. I won't bring it up anymore. It just like freaked me out. But yeah, how's it going? How goes? What you doing? What you doing today? Just flew to Portugal from Germany. Damn, you a busy guy. All you guys just like flying everywhere, doing everything. So busy, busy, busy. Did you have a good time? Hope so. Yeah, I'll let you know if it happens again. I'll let you know. Because I was just like sculpting, switching between my brushes, and then that started happening. I didn't do any. I didn't literally didn't do anything out of the norm that I know of. Getting ready for tomorrow's stream. Ah, visiting family. Got you. Nice. I hope that was good. Hope that was nice. It was nice to go home. That's right. You're having like a ZBrush stream tomorrow, right? Like a trainer stream? Or not a trainer stream. That's the what's up stream, right? I mean, technically a trainer stream, and I don't know. Yeah, the what's new. Gotcha. Okay. I will tune in if I am not in a meeting. God dang meetings, you know? One more thing. Is it okay, wait, I assume that it's just me for some reason today that I have like this weird response to the right click right now, but did the draw size move in the new update from did this like pop up change at all, like in the positioning, or is it just me? You tell me it's just me, I will believe you. Like the right click pop up, did the positioning when it's probably just me. I'm probably tweaking. Have I read The Artist's Way? No, I have not. Yeah, Leonard. I mean, it probably is. I don't know. I don't know. Just keep. I just want to know, like, how much of this am I losing? Am I losing it that bad? I don't know. Every time you open it, the cursor is over the draw size. Oh, damning evidence. The damning evidence. Leonard taking my side. See, Rodolfo says that it was like that. It was always like that. See, I don't know now. Then, like, why? Oh man, I don't know. I guess it's me. I'm insane. Where the draw size is in the right click. So when you press right click, I don't my muscle memory, so my brain is tweaking right now because I don't know. My muscle memory tells me when I hit right click, I can just immediately change the draw size. But it does, I'm clicking this like crazy right now. So that's where I'm just like, is it me? Or, like, are my hands betraying me? Because I feel like it was, I don't know. I don't know. Might be losing it. So I'm having to like tell myself, move your hand to the side. Don't keep clicking the middle thing. The mouse is immediately over the draw size instead of the tool. That is correct. Yeah, it should be over draw size, but it's immediately over top of tool. Grr. Is there a way to change that? Can I? Okay, so I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. That feels good. Thank you. I love being validated. But then what's up with my version? Why is it like immediately over the tool? Okay, I don't know. You come in here and then I immediately start complaining to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rodolfo. I'm sorry I do this to you. Yeah, because like I open it and it's immediately over the tool and I gotta move to the side. That's what I want to change. I guess I can look later. It's fine. I can adapt. I know something or other that can't adapt. Insert thing that can't adapt into my sentence. I ain't no rock. No, rocks can adapt. Actually, they're very good at adapting, aren't they? Dang. I ain't no. What doesn't adapt? Everything adapts. Think I'm gonna make these a lot taller. It's the smartest. It's the smartest of all. What's up, Steven? How goes? How are you? It's been a minute. Grr. Also, guys, if you don't know Rodolfo, he's a streamer for Maxon and an excellent trainer. And if you don't know Steven, he's an excellent artist and also streamer for Maxon ZBrush Live. So you should definitely check out all of the artists that's streaming here, because it isn't just me, but it definitely isn't just me. I know most of you know that it's not just me, but for those of you just like showing up randomly out of nowhere, going like, who's this? Is this her channel? No, it's not my channel. You should definitely check out the other artists that stream here. Lots of variety. Or longer. It might have been longer than a minute. It might have been longer than just a single minute. You're truing. Honestly, I haven't been streaming. I started again on a regular schedule last week, so I'm doing it every other week now. I think it'll be sustainable. I was just really, really busy, and that wasn't like, I just kind of had to just work. So now I'm good. It's definitely not my, no, I'm being so quiet right now. I am being so quiet and just kind of doing stuff, or you know, just complaining to Rodolfo about like some stupidness, because that's what I did. Comes in here and I'm just like, wah, wah. When do you have your next stream, Steven? You don't know, you have to schedule, so got you. Okay, same vibe. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay. I thought that maybe you were on like a schedule again. Wait, in my Discord? Leonard's on it. Wait, let's see. Oh, damning evidence. Damning evidence. It used to be off center and now it's centered. Damning evidence. Why is it centered for me? That is frustrating. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Leonard, thank you. Why is it centered for me? What did I do? Is it me? Did I do something? I just updated, so maybe it's just like a UI change. I'll take a look at it later. Oh my god, dude. I'll take a look later. Of course. Why wouldn't I shout you out? What the heck? I just forget to immediately sometimes, but always deserved. It's you literally work for them. Be like, it's deserved. You work for them. You should have a shout out. Oh my god. looking for some music for myself. I need some music. Let's see here. What's the vibe right now? Yeah, I guess we could do some of this. Good shit. All right. I know you guys can't hear it. I'm listening to copyright stuff. Sorry. If you want to listen along, it's Sleep Token. That's what I would put on if I could put on anything. Sleep Token and Bad Omens. So over busy, but you'll get there someday. Fair enough, dude. You'll get out of it. I believe. I don't just believe, I know. Everything comes to an end, including the busy season. I'm gonna throw my stylus in a second. Can't even sing it. I can't even sing it so that you guys don't get like copyright strike. Woe is me. What am I doing here? Well, I am creating polygroups for each of the appendages to make it easier to select later on. Sleep Token, Lord of the Rings cover songs? No, 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 it's sad girl music. Come on now. Sad boy music. Come on. Sorry if it's a little disorienting when I work like this. Look away for a second while I figure out the hand in the 9th dimension. Look, be sad to Sleep Token. I mean, what, like the Boromir? Just Boromir's theme starts playing. Make a game of it, just hum the first 3 notes and you have to guess. Well, I would be off I would be off tune. Like I'm stupid when it comes to music. I'm actually stupid. Boromir probably could have, actually. Yeah, you're right. But I'm no Boromir. I wish I wasn't stupid when it came to music, though. I had the urge last night. Open Fruity Loops! Open Fruity Loops! The voice said in my head. Open it, you know you want to. And then another voice came in and said, do that. Do it, you fool. Go ahead. Go ahead and fail. And then hate yourself for being so stupid at a new task. Something that you've never done before. Fail at it. Go on, fool. And then I was like, oh. Which one do I believe? The encouraging one that's just like, yeah, just open it, just get in there. Or the other one that's just like, you're gonna fail and you're gonna hate yourself. So and I listened to the one that was just like, you're gonna fail and you're gonna hate yourself. And so then I was just like, yeah, you're right. I'm not opening Fruity Loops and I'm not gonna be a fool. Now you want sugary breakfast cereal. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the kind that like it's so sugary it like hurts the top of your mouth. Why is it that Fruit Loops do that? Fruit Loops like feel like honestly almost any cereal it makes me feel like the top of my mouth is just being cut open with little tiny razor blades. Captain Crunch. I haven't had Captain Crunch in so long. Honestly, you're gonna hate me for this, I guess, but I'm a Raisin Bran truther, so it's still sugary. It's just not sugary cereal, you know what I mean? It's just like it's Raisin Bran. Yeah, it will. It will tear your like. Why does it do that? What's the science of the cereal razor blades? Raisin Bran is top tier, and anybody who doesn't like Raisin Bran is clearly like they don't they're not 30 plus. That's not even true. When I was a kid, when I was a literal kid, like 5 years old is when I started liking Raisin Bran. I liked Raisin Bran. I like Raisin Bran, but I hate raisins in almost every single dessert. It's so weird. I love raisins. I hate raisins in desserts. Does that check out? Does that make sense? Yeah, too much sugar. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. I like having backing. I like being validated. Uh, you had withdrawal symptoms, so your mom wouldn't get you anymore? What? With Captain Crunch? Damn. I guess you were the captain. You were Mr. Crunch. You were Sir Crunch. Mr. Crunch! I think we all had a hardcore sugar addiction. Most of us, anyways. If you're like Canada, US, like very much sugar addictions at some point in your life. When I was like younger, I drank so much soda when I was a kid, man. Like a teenager, and energy drinks. And I really didn't need the energy. Like the energy drinks was like it was weird. Like I anything with like caffeine. Like if I could get any kind of caffeine in me when I was a kid, it's like the only way I could get through school. If I didn't have my caffeine, I was like it was so hard for me to pay attention in class. Had to had to get that in me from a young age. But I switched out of the problem with like the sugar. Like it was really bad with like the Coca-Cola and stuff that I was used to drink. Now now I don't even drink sugary sodas. Love me some of that bubbly water, you know? I think that's just enough for right now. If I have time, I'll come back to it. Stopped drinking soda about 20 years ago. Good. Not good for you. I mean, it do be tasty. It's not. It's so not good for you. I mean, I'm drinking soda right now, but it's diet. Still not good for you. Damn, we still have an hour. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Is it like something one vice for another? Listening to Bad Omens right now. For anybody wondering why I keep making faces. Okay. Hey. As a question for a junior sculptor, how much are you supposed to charge clients, and what's a good way to calculate the price of the work itself? Okay, good question. So it depends on a couple of factors. One, where are you based in the world? Think about what is your cost of living? How long does it take you to finish something? So I charge hourly with some clients, but a lot of clients actually prefer if you give them like a package pricing for whatever it is that you end up working on. Depends on how you're being contracted. So one of the clients that I'm currently contracted with, it is on an hourly basis. So I work on we work on that as a base. But that honestly can change project to project. So obviously with a big studio, if you're working with a big studio that hires you, you can charge more that is in line with what an actual salary might be like, compared to if you were to work for some like indie studio. You'd have to ask what their budget is, and kind of just like work with what they have and within your means as well. Like, you don't want to be doing free labor. You don't want to be working for something like $10 an hour. That's ridiculous. I think a good rule of thumb is like, in Canada and the US, anything from like $50 an hour actually like up can make a lot more sense for like just as like a starting point. You can fudge that around as much as you want, but if you're like going lower, it really just depends. How fast are you at what you do? What is your cost of living? Are there other expenses that you're going to need to do, like pay for Maya, for example, or something else, in which case sometimes studios will give you their license, like a floating license. Most of the time they're expecting you to have one. Some studios will be open to the idea of expensing that for you, but most of the time these things end up falling on the freelancer. So those are also considerations that you want to take into account when you're creating your hourly, or when you're creating your your weekly. So it also, like, how many hours do you expect to work in a week as well? See, this is why freelance is really cool, is because you can quite literally create your own package, right? Like, you can say, this is what I want for myself, and then it's up to clients to kind of see if they want to work with that or not. So that's where it's like, it is cool, like, being able to create that for yourself. But I would say, don't undercut yourself. Whatever your rent is, whatever it takes to feed yourself comfortably, charge that, and then charge on top of that. Like, give yourself a buffer on top of that. You don't want to be doing paycheck to paycheck. And a lot of the time too, you end up with big stretches of time where there is no work. That's just the reality of it. Most freelancers have big stretches, me included, big stretches of like months in between where there's just nothing. It's the desert. And that's great if you actually worked smart earlier with the other contracts. You charged enough that you have that buffer, because now you have free time to pursue your own artistic endeavors. So that's also why I really like freelance, is because I'll work really hard on a contract and then I'm free for a long time, where it's like, if you're doing something that is in-house for a long time, you're expected every single day. It's like a pattern, and that can be a little bit hard for some people, the way that they work creatively, to get really invested in projects, especially when you burn really hot and fast. So freelance, I'm really enjoying, but it comes with a lot of instability as well. So you have to be on top of charging not just your cost of living, but a little bit more than that to compensate for, okay, well, I'm not going to have work for a while, and this is how long something's going to take me. And you don't need to be egregious about it either and ridiculous, because again, you are in the market. You're putting yourself up in a market now. You need to be competitive. So I wouldn't say as a new freelancer to charge something like $300 an hour and you're expected to do 8 hours a day for like a month. That would be pretty crazy, and I don't think I've ever charged something like that. But it isn't uncommon for freelancers to charge $100 an hour, for example. And then, of course, you extrapolate that into a week. I'm just saying, I'm giving hourly examples because it's easy to then extend that into packages for whatever you need it to be. So, yeah, that's how I would think about it. And everybody's going to be different. I would say, just don't undersell yourself. Canada, the US, $50 an hour is not crazy. It really isn't. And it's common to see $100 an hour. Okay. And then obviously, just to summarize, big studios will accept higher charges, more so than an indie project where you have to really work with them in their budget and see what's feasible for you. Yeah, of course, no problem. It's really confusing when you first start getting into it. But, in my opinion, the struggle's worth it. The struggle is worth it. It's I wish it didn't have to be a struggle, but, I like being an artist and having some semblance of freedom. So if that's also you, then figure out what works for you, right? What do I do here? It kind of seems a little bit boring on the outside. Oh my god, I'm thinking way too much about Berserk. I want to read the rest of it. It's so bad right now. Oh my god. I'm so into Berserk right now. It's ridiculous. What's up, Seer? What if... I mean, I probably don't have time, but if I had time, what if Guts fan art? What if... Uh, I just got through the, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to, like... I don't want to say anything because it's not, like... I think by my reaction, I think you can assume where I got to. Yeah, I am. I am. Honestly, if I have time, at the very least, I think I'm gonna do some like ink studies because the paneling is so gorgeous. I can't get over some of these panels. They're just so pretty. Oh man. Pulling up the tool, damn you. Dang you. When he got into digital 2D software, he was like a child going into a lot of detail, zooming in big time in the canvas. Yeah. Oh, that makes me so happy. That's so great. Frig, man. What an incredible artist. Really incredible. Over adding to the panels, so there's really nice. Yeah, the design, everything is just like peak. It's peak. I don't really like. How do I talk about it without saying anything? It's like, just put it succinctly, I'm really sad that I didn't find it earlier, but I'm so happy I have it now. Does that make sense? Oh man. Dude, right? Like, I'm looking at some of these panels and I'm like, this guy understands form on like on like in his soul. Like the fact that he was able to do entire stretches of armies and it looked so like tangible was like, I would just stare at some of these like full page panels, like the full page spreads, like what how are you so, you're crazy, you were crazy. Like that's what I'm saying, like I want to do, like if I have time, I want to do like some ink studies or something at least, like cause it's just gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. Oops. As soon as I'm done reading it too, I am running to see all the fan art. I can't, like, I'm sure it's just gonna be incredible, but I don't want to look up anything until I'm done reading. You said that was Attack on Titan? You're not familiar either? No. Okay, Attack on Titan is incredible in its own right. And there's a lot of things that I saw in AOT that I feel like pulled from probably Berserk as well. But no, I'm talking about Berserk is... I don't know if I... It's a... I don't know if you can really... you can kind of compare the two, but not really. It's really good, but I don't recommend everybody read it. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's not... I know it wouldn't be for everyone, but it is really good. Really good. I feel like if there's an example to show of like a comic artist of any kind using the medium to its full potential, I'd say Berserk is one of those examples for sure. Yeah, remember? No. Attack on Titan was really good too, but I'd say that I am being consumed by Berserk right now. My brain is in Berserk mode. It'll end in approximately 8 years, and that's no. I mean, like, at least like get caught up is what I mean. I just want to be caught up. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, there was a little bit more than just like Berserk, because like during that whole like that was like the dark fantasy sort of like in the early 80s, there was like quite a few artists that were responsible for that like dark fantasy shift in comics. But then like that's like Japan's dark fantasy, right? But everybody kind of pulls from everyone all over the world. So I'm just glad that dark fantasy became a thing. Love that. I love a lot of like the themes that show up. I don't love the themes. I just like the exploration of the themes. There we go. That's a better way to say it. Yeah, Frazetta, there's like a couple of others as well. Like big ones anyways, and then derivatives and derivatives, but in their own like everybody had their own little flavor to it, which is what's so great about people making art. Wink wink, nudge nudge. About creature creation, how do you create a creature to be good or evil? Like, for example, the eyes, the mouth. There are so many ways to approach this. It depends. That is the generalized answer. Because you could go with the cliches, what everybody knows and expects. That is usually something that you would see in something that is intended for a general audience. You'll see very like sharp features. You might see lots of spikes. You might see, the classic sharp eyes, reptilian. It doesn't look like it has any human soul in it, sort of a thing. A lot of the time evil is represented with insects and things that we don't like, that we find scary in general media. Now, depending on what you're doing with your work and where you're coming from mindset wise and how it plays into the narrative, you could flip these things on its head. You could make sharp features something that does represent a good sort of like character, but a lot of the time it's not always like a narrative of good versus evil that you're exploring as well, right? You're not always looking for something that it has a very black and white binary sort of like, this is the good character and this is the bad character, right? Like, I mean, Star Wars is a classic example of classic Star Wars, where it's just like, well, the Sith are very bad and the rebels are good, right? Like, it's like good versus evil sort of a thing. And you know there is actually nuance there if you really deep dive, but how it's portrayed on screen is a very like good and evil. Not all stories and narratives are like that. There's a lot more nuanced, especially these days. There's a lot more nuanced characters, nuanced creatures. It depends. Do you want to have sympathy towards the bad creature, the bad creature? Do you not want to have sympathy? Is the good creature actually something dangerous? So all of these things play into that. But there is like a general rule of thumb that, a lot of people in society expect to see, and you could always throw that on its head, but the expectation is something that is a wide, like if you're doing something bad, widely disliked subject matter. So if it's something bad, it's like what's scary to everyone. Sharp teeth and, scales and slimy bits and things like that is what people expect to see when they see a bad creature. Like, ooh, we want to kill that. We don't like it. It doesn't remind me when I look at it of another person. I don't see anything familiar in its visage. And then you get an uncomfortable feeling. That's bad. That's our lizard brain at work, right? And so if you tap into that, then you can start exploring like very clear cut, like, okay, well, this definitely looks like a more comfortable character because it has round, soft shapes. Maybe there's something in its eyes that resemble, like when you're looking at another person, maybe it's like, to avoid uncanniness, but maybe it has just like that round pupil rather than like a lizard, like sharp, something unfamiliar that would make you feel like, whoa, what are you, So if you want to flip that on its head, though, then you could easily do that with, by taking like the round things and mixing them in with some of the other elements that might be a little bit off-putting. But this requires a lot of trial and error and experimentation, and finding out like, what your narrative is for that creature. It's not always narrative driven. Sometimes, like I said before, you're more into just general speculative biology, in which case you shouldn't really like worry too much about that, and just the functionality of the creature and like the overall design and things. They can clash, obviously, as well, these two, but to keep that in mind, right? No worries. Thanks. Thank you so much for stopping by, Steven. Have a good night. Good sci-fi comic? Ooh, okay. I love sci-fi. Oh my god. Oh, my back. You'll catch me later. Okay, Leonard. Have a good night to you too. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Eat, eat after this. Do I focus more on functionality or just go with the flow? Also, thanks. Yeah, no worries. Honestly, like if I'm on these streams, I'm just going with the flow and just enjoying the process of creating something based on silhouette and vibes and just kind of going with it. If it is something that I am being hired to do or for my own project that has a very specific purpose, then yeah, I am going to think about a lot more like the functionality of it. But if again, it depends. There's always a crossover between something that is just working for the narrative versus working for the functionality as well. So everything is it depends kind of situation. Like I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you, well, a good creature has sharp point, or a good creature has round it has round features and it's comfortable, and a bad creature is pointy, and then that's the end of the day. Like I'm like, oh, if you want to do a bad creature, you make an insect, like because that's how if you just start doing stuff like that, it becomes expected, right? And then like your stuff doesn't really like stand out because you're also not exploring yourself. Like you should explore and find things yourself that you're like, you know what, that is actually quite off-putting to me, and I didn't expect that to be off-putting. You could take what's generally considered a good feature that you would have on something like a good character, like a cat, for example, and just make it really uncanny. And now all of a sudden it could be an evil looking thing because people just don't like that. But if narratively it's supposed to be a good cat, but you want it to be off putting so people are misguided at first, then that would be great because then you could, maybe change the eyes and things like that. So it really depends what you're doing with it. is this, friend? You're sculpting feet. The iPad version looks good. Yeah, the iPad version's very fun to use. This, what I'm using right now, is not iPad. This is desktop. You want to learn stylization? Any courses that are good that I know of? Courses, not sure, but actually no. Shane Wilson has a course on stylization. But there's other streamers here too. Layla is a streamer that does a lot of stylized sculpts on her streams. There's like actually like if you want to find other streamers that do that and just kind of like see how they go about stylization, there, check out the ZBrush live. Here, I'll just give this. You can go ahead and check out like all of the presenters and see if any of their styles, like any of the upcoming presenters, like their styles might be interesting to you. Most notable changes since the 2022 update. Are you missing a lot? There's not like there's a lot of things that are for the desktop version for 2022. What happened since 2022? Oh my gosh, everything's been such a blur to me. There's like anchor brushes now. You know what? The best thing that you could do probably for that is look up Michael Pavlovich. I think he has some videos on the updates. And then you can decide for yourself if that's the kind of stuff that you want. Let me see if he's got for you. Yeah, because there's like new anchor brushes. I know that. Here's his videos. Let's see. There's because some of these things I would have been I'm like using. There's noise patterns. Yeah, the Maxon noise patterns are a big one. Because those are from like Cinema 4D into ZBrush Noisemaker, which allows like more noise applications. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think Slime Bridge is like a thing as well, which is cool. There's a lot more that they've introduced. I'm just like, it's just been it's kind of a blur to me right now. So you can check out his videos. He's also a streamer and educator. I've taught his course before at CGMA. But if you want to know what's new in the latest update that I am using currently, tomorrow Rodolfo is going to be live with some of the other artists that work with Maxon to showcase some of the new features in the new update. What should I do here? Increase the resolution again. Oops. He looks like he has leggings on. Some compression socks for my sir. We're just about done here for today. Oh, I should probably stop. All right. That was fun. All right. Maybe I'll upres this one just so it matches everything, and then I'll stop. All right. Seems good enough, right? Okay. Let me put them around. Fit like that. Yeah, I guess that's fine, right? All right. when you say to other artists you don't look at reference, they flip on you by saying that 3D art you're suck. Your response is, well, I don't look at okay, but you shouldn't tell them that, because I do learn from reference. So I do studies if I'm working on something very specific. Like, for example, this guy, right? If I wanted to go further with him, then I would bring up anatomy. I would double check with, you know, my reference like guy right here. I would double check with other anatomy things and see if I'm getting things correct. You know, I mean, to a degree, some of it matters, some of it doesn't, but that's how you become a better artist, is by using reference. But during these streams, like, yeah, I don't usually use reference. I just kind of go out of my memory or my imagination, because it's freeing to explore shapes that way. But if you want to become a better artist, you absolutely should be using reference. So don't fall into that trap of just like no reference or whatever. That's you should definitely use reference to improve. All right. Okay. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. That was fun. If you are interested in any of my links or my other work or anything like that, you know, you want to get notified when I go live next, you can follow me on any of those links that I put in the chat right there, acubed.art/links. Also right here, if you want to type it in yourself, that's totally fine. You can follow me on any of my socials, and then you'll know when I go live. I post on all of them. Usually it will be a bi-weekly, so not next week, but the week after, etc, etc, etc. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Tomorrow is the What's New ZBrush stream with the actual Maxon trainers and Maxon developers, so check that out for the literally what's new in the latest ZBrush update. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. All right.